Hey everybody, Sanavi here, and today we're going to be doing a hardcore solo self-found playthrough of the campaign. For this I have created a new private league that is SSF Hardcore Standard. So let's go ahead and get started.
You were born to be swift and strong. What did you do with your gift, duelist? You squat.
Even the dead rise to challenge me here.
The most important thing we're looking for is 2 or 3 red link, preferably 3, before the end of Act 1.
My spirit suspended. It's nice not to be dead yet. Fine. Farewell.
Now mine eyes what?
Iron Ring is pretty good early on, as well as like Rustic Sashes for that flat and increased Fizz damage.
Not the
I
most
use Spectral Throw until Sunder, but you could use Splitting Steel. You can pretty much use whatever skill you want. Have I seen the new Shockwave support? Yeah, I saw the new Void Shockwave. My take on it is that it's going to be pretty good for mapping and probably worth using a little bit longer than we would use the normal Shockwave. I do think that when we scale the build into the end game to start doing like Pinnacle bossing and stuff like that, obviously the clear from Shockwave doesn't mean anything. Orb of Transmute is really nice early on because we're going to need one for Sunder before we finish the act. I believe Templar has, what, Holy Sweep? Or it has something that you can mule at the beginning if you want to use that.
Stay sharp out there.
Hello. Goodbye.
Thanks for the follow, Nab. Also good. Thank you, thank you. Getting baited to go the wrong way feels bad. Twice there. So is it just the, up here? It's crazy layout. Alright.
I can't do this just yet. Couldn't ask for a better training ground than Rape Last.
Two whetstones before I even get to Brutus. That's pretty damn good. Pretty dang good. We're going to be looking for a two-hander pretty quick here. At this, I like using the two one-handers like the first couple levels, and then two-hander feels really good when you get to Brutus.
I can't do this just yet. It's to be a cage fight then. I can live with that.
Take care.
Stay sharp out there.
What little help I can. I will wait for your post.
Still alive. Farewell.
Yes? God hasn't abandoned us.
Is there a way to push defenses on this setup? Like if we want to go 1k plus deeper and delve? Yeah, you just sacrifice damage for defense. The build was tested. If you actually do the delve command in chat, the build was tested up to 1k in 3.27. But I mean, if you're trying to go like way further than that, then yeah, you're going to want to probably trade off some damage for defense.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
I can't do this just yet.
Jade Chopper is actually pretty damn good. Pretty dang good. I might try to level to 9 real quick to use that before we do Brutus. We'll see if I can get it.
was never. Still alive. Farewell.
Alright, let's go do Brutus.
I recognize that pretty face. Grand Arena, Theopolis.
Thanks, Dara, for the follow.
Can't do this just yet.
Oh, that was almost the end, guys. Would have been a misplay there, for sure.
Your crime is treason. Your sentence is death. Let me embrace you.
Skill beats size every time.
I could have gone volley. I sometimes just run a 2-link on Spectral Throw. I find that it's like more than enough, to be honest. And I kind of use my currency towards other gear. Let me embrace you, for sure. We were embraced almost to death on that fight, that's for sure.
You're a fine blade in need of...
Where's my hug at type? Yeah, exactly. He really wants to hug you. It's affection, you know? That's all it is. It's affection. Brutus is just misunderstood, you know what I mean? The guy is just misunderstood. Misunderstood, misinterpreted, and misplaced. He just wants to farm the prison map, yeah.
I almost
Yep.
feel sorry for these doomed
Alright,
dogs.
we gotta try to find red-green if possible, so I can put the Jade Choppa on. I have a chest that's gonna satisfy. These gloves will work. We can put our Spectral Throw here for now. Equip the Jade Chopper. Also, I could use, like, I don't know, any kind of boots right now. Little armor evasion shield, and there's no helm available. Rip.
Miss Merveil, goodbye. Hello.
You have a rustic sash and an orb of alk,
God
and we have a whetstone. Go ahead and craft our chopper.
Hello.
Nice. Decent weapon, leaving the campaign, or the act. That's...
Goodbye.
Alright, we're just looking for a helm and a green slot so we can get... We need like a green-red for our leap slam soon.
My fans in Orient barely recognize me.
Are refusing.
If you... Take care.
Welcome.
It did. I'm just like being not efficient in using it right now, but it did help. Alright. We need to find the quest here for Fairgroves. We can also pick up Blood and Sand to maybe Precision as well. Mostly I just want Blood and Sand.
Welcome. Stay sharp.
What little help I can. Goodbye. What little help I can be. Be well.
I haven't done Dweller of Deep. I usually come back to it like sometime in Act 2-ish. I skip it early on because I just don't feel like fighting the unique essence mob on hardcore. But yeah, I am aware that I need to do that. Alright, so we got Sunder online. Let's go. Gotta be careful in this zone because this could be instant death when I get the Suicide Sea Witches. Right there. I say it and then I almost die directly to it. I just like leap slam into it. No shits. No shits given. Was that a Bismuth blast that I got? Because that's actually kind of crazy from Merveil. That is. Yeah, I like that. Nice. Okay. Their belt is pretty good for HP. Nice. Alright. I've had much fewer deaths on my Cyclone runs than ever, but this is one of them. Yeah, it's like super sketch. For sure. Love when she teleports away from my totem. Also, just ignoring my totem is cool. Thank you, Merveil.
We stand at death's door.
That's Act 1 completed. Act 1 is the most annoying act, simply because, you know, Spectral Throw is alright, but it never feels as good as, like, say, Sunder, right? So... Ooh. That poison almost got me. Because we got a Bismuth Flask, we can actually skip Den quests, which is pretty good. %10 movement speed. Oh, yes, dude. Let's go. Do I have a Chromie to be able to take advantage of stuff? I mean, a 10% movement speed boots. I'm gonna... I think I have a Chromie, though.
Make it fun. One.
For that, dude, what is this game? What is this game? This'll work. Actually, I probably should have bought that. I'm gonna recraft the... Well, no, I'm not doing this. This is stupid. We will just run our Leap Slam over Decoy Totem, and I actually need Blood and Sand. I don't have sockets right now. I don't have sockets and colors, and I'm not giving up 10% movement speed boots. Those are too good. But not SSF friendly, I bet. Bet it wasn't SSF friendly at all. You definitely sped into an Explodey pack in Merveil's. Yeah, that'd be like the concern. You definitely wouldn't want to use Shield Charge in there. So for bandits, I like to go with also pick up a blood and sand. I'll do that when I get next waypoint. For bandits, I like to go with Alira. I just find the additional resistances to be really nice early on. You can always swap to extra skill point in the end game.
A pity your mind wasn't as swift as your
I've worn 7 streams in a row. Thank you for tuning in. Definitely prefer the elemental resistance, way easier to push. Yeah, I think it's just better overall myself too. All right. I think this is gonna have more value right now. Trying to get a little low, but once we take the mastery here, we're going to be going into Eagle Eye, and that's going to help us with our hits for pretty much all of the campaign. You always tell yourself you'll grab it, but you get the +1 skill, but you never do. It's easy to forget about, you know, until like you're min-maxing later on. You're going to be in multi-divine gear, and you won't remember to do it. I mean, it's easy to forget about, you know? Until, like, you're POBing your character really late in the game, and you're like, how can I squeeze out more damage? And then POB is like, wait, I have 122 skill points? Where's my 123rd skill point? Oh, yeah. RIP. What do I think the new secret rooms will have? Thought about it since you just came across that old gym room. I don't know, man. Like, I'm probably gonna... I'm debating whether I want to, like, take my time during the campaign. If I go SSF, I'll probably take my time during the campaign and just, like, kind of discover all the new stuff. If I'm trade, I'm probably gonna try to just rush maps like, you know, you should, I guess.
Piety.
Yes? Take care.
Return.
And yes, I'm probably gonna skip the Einhar quest. You know how I roll. You know how I roll. I probably should pick up precision, even though I'm gonna go Eagle Eye in a few skill points, just because my hit's pretty terrible right now. I think we'll go do that real quick.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
What little
No Orb of Transmute, rip. The Void support looks insane. I mean, it looks good for clear. So can anyone that's really looked at the gym, can you tell me, is there a world in which it will be good for single target damage? It definitely looks way better than regular Shockwave, and I can see it being something that we run until we like push the build into like a bossing phase. But is it? From what I read, I don't see the potential in there for single target damage in comparison to other support gems. But it looks really nice for sure for mapping and clear. We should actually go kill Oak. Like, I think for just, like, blasting maps, it looks pretty damn good. I was already in a world where I wanted to essentially run concentrated effect on my bossing setup and then swap out for pulverize for mapping. Because we're going to run white sockets on our crafted chest. I could see myself running the shockwave support as opposed to pulverize. If it's going to be that crazy for clear. The effectiveness of added is higher than regular shockwave, though. Yeah, I'm just curious if like it's going to be better than like another support gem when you're talking about single target, right? So fighting like just a boss. I'm wondering if that's going to be the case or not. Because the way I have it right now is, you know, I could run the new shockwave in a white socket on my chest when I'm just blasting maps. And then when I feel like running a bunch of Uber Pinnacles or whatever, I just swap it out for like concentrated effect or something. I think that's kind of the world I'll be living in with the new Shockwave. Alright, let's go kill Weaver. Weaver. Oh, let's grab the quest item down here. That's what I'm thinking. Don't get me wrong, the new Shockwave looks insane. I just think it's just like it's a mapping gem, right? So if you're gonna just spend the day doing a bunch of mapping, you slot that in, right? We're running that over concentrated effect or whatever. It's a great. And then when we want to go kill a bunch of pinnacles, uber pinnacles, I should say, or whatever, then we swap over to the good old concentrated effect. Yeah, there's a new exceptional Shockwave gem called Void Shockwave, and it looks a lot better than regular Shockwave, especially like in a mapping situation.
Damn me. Stay sharp. Welcome.
Kaom, yeah, it's pretty. It looks pretty good. Like, I think it's gonna be pretty dang good. The only question is, so there's two questions, right? If I play SSF, what's the likelihood of me seeing it? Because I don't know how exceptional gems are gonna work or drop. I don't like all those guys that were surrounding me right there, so we dipped. The other question is, like, how much is it gonna cost on trade? I guess it comes down to how rare are the exceptional gems gonna be. You know, if they're the level of rarity as like an awakened gem, so you have that, but then how do you target farm them? And also, there's the question of like how popular will the gem be? So, is it going to be 2 divine, 4 divine, 10 divine? It's probably something that you'll get regardless if it's good, but it might be something that you don't see until like, you know, you're willing to drop the currency on it. But that's fine. Regular Shockwave is perfectly good for the campaign as it is, as well as, you know, doing your early and yellow maps and all that. First pickup is the acceleration belt. Dude, the new cord belts with an annoyant look pretty damn good for mid-game mapping or mid-game build. What is the likelihood of me getting a 3 red right now? That would be pretty dope. I believe, game. I believe that is not what I'm looking for. Never lucky. We are never lucky. What about a decent axe? Nope. Okay. Got the cruelty for now, at least. And we'll push through. Alright. Void Shockwave looks ridiculous. It looks pretty good. Yeah. The question is, like I was just talking about, how expensive is it going to be / rare, right? So I think it'll be something that you'll probably end up using like well into mapping. And it'll probably be pretty good for the entirety of mapping on the character. Oh, actually, need to start speccing into this. These dead ends are crazy. Leap slam. What are you doing to me, leap slam?
Well, this got me good.
Ready, Exile?
There's... Fare you well.
This is what we were hoping for. Yes, much better weapon with attack speed. If we're lucky, we can aug that, and like it'd be insane if we hit the increased fizz. That would be the dream. That would be the dream. We have enough to buy a precision now, is the question. Nope. Never lucky. Maybe with that I do? I do. Nice. Nice. Okay.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Make it
3 red link. Could I be so fortunate? Nope.
travel far.
Did he already answer that? Void Shockwave is cool. Is that going to be part of the build? It looks a lot better than regular Shockwave. The question is going to be, how rare is it and how expensive is it? I think it's going to be something that we use probably as long as we want to map on the build. But when it comes to single target bossing, we won't be using it for, like, say, Uber Pinnacle bosses or stuff. Well, we'll swap it out with something else. It's not just a gem that will be available at Lily's. No, so it's... Correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but the Void Shockwave is one of the new exceptional gems, right? So it's going to be something that you can't get from Lily. It'll drop from the game, whether that's from a boss or however the new content's going to work. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be like some drop from maps or something later on in the game. Mirage affected bosses, I believe. Yeah, so it's not going to be something you just get with Lily. You'll pick up regular Shockwave like I have in the guide, and then you'll move on to that. Yeah, it's going to be like a milestone or something we'll work towards on the build, you know. Alright, I'm going to vendor some of this stuff real quick. Be able to use this axe soon, that'll be pretty good. Priest Fizz? Oh, dude, look at that axe, we got so lucky. What is that? Oh my god, dude, it's so good. So good. Priest Fizz and attack speed. So you just gotta believe, guys. Sometimes it just happens. Gotta have faith.
Need something? Bye.
Alright, I need some better freaking items, man. I need items with life right now. My life is so low. I'd like to be closer to 600 coming out of Act 2. But we don't have to worry about our weapon until we have to make a staff, so that's pretty good. Just need to get 3 levels so I can put the new axe on. This is all probably just a dead end. Yeah. Lab looks like it's over there, so let's go try to find that. Let's try not to die to Rocky Boys. Rocky Boys are terrifying.
To be tempered by the flames of the past.
Alright, let's go find Piety. Better life last.
That somber expression doesn't become those fetching features at all. Cheer up and die.
You locked on HCSSF or League Start or just testing? I League started HCSS or Hardcore SSF in 3.27. I'm kind of tempted to do it again. But I also just want to show people, like, you know, you can do the build. It's hardcore viable. Especially if you're a better player than I am. 3 red, I believe. This game hates me, man. I'm not getting any of my links today. Oh, we can grab Purity of Elements now. We'll probably, I think it's like level 24. We can start using that. Purity. It's going to feel so good to be Elemental Omen immune. Very, very nice. Absolution. I love that skill. Absolution.
Still breathing. Good luck to you.
Hey, thanks, yeah. We're not doing too bad right now, I guess. Feels okay-ish. My gear is pretty terrible. Like, it's actually really bad. So, I should have, like, double the health I have right now. So, we gotta fix that. I will be able to equip a better weapon next level here, so that is... So, I'm also going to probably full clear docks, because I need the XP right now. I also need to get a 3-link going. There's a lot of work that we need on our gear right now.
How you going? Good luck to you. How you doing?
We might have to give up the movement speed in support of boots. Precision, we don't really need to worry about you anymore so much. But I definitely want my Sunder set up like that. Alright. We need just better gear, man. Gear is rough right now. Yeah, Hero gave out another round of gifted subs. Thank you again, Hero. That was amazing.
It seems there's glory in the old empire yet.
This is, yeah, we're truly like in a ruthless gear situation, no joke. Truly in a ruthless gear situation. Royal Staff. Ooh. Please be increased fizz. That's garbage. Rip the dream. Rip the dream. Would have been nice to have one piece of gear go my way. I guess this axe I'm using turned out really nice. There's that. I had one good piece of gear. One good piece of RNG. Guess the new Void Shockwave support's been discussed. Yeah. My consensus on it is it's going to be really good for mapping. And probably use it whenever we're going to be mapping. Swap it out for something like Conk Effect when we want to do like bossing in the end game. Excuse me. Yeah, unfortunately, if you want to play Axe, we give up block, and it's very much a different Cyclone build. But it is nice that they've added an additional weapon base to it, so that if you want to play Axe and do more like less defense, more of a damage-oriented version of the build, there is that, right? You could do Axes. You're just giving up block, which is like one of our primary defensive layers, so it would just like feel pretty bad if we were to do that. Yeah, that's why I like my build so much, is we go all in on the defense as much as possible. It feels pretty good. Feels pretty good. Let's see what we can get from vendor. We gotta start making the prep for Cyclone swap. So ideally we'd like a staff, a royal staff, or a vile staff. We're not gonna be that lucky though, so we have to look at other options. We also need a red, green, blue piece of gear to be able to swap over to our Cyclone. I'm not seeing anything that fortunate. There is a armor energy shield base here that we might be able to do something with. We got one chrome. Never lucky. Alright.
How you doing?
I feel like this has been a pretty bad run for just like general currency and stuff. It's feeling pretty tight. Pretty tight. Playing without any help from the current league, you understand why people come so much out of ground loot? Oh, it was really bad. I did an SSF character that I was trying to push to 2 stones earlier, and just like the absolute lack of items that drop in this game right now is staggeringly bad. It's almost shocking that they let it get this bad in the core game. Like loot hasn't felt this scarce in years, and it's just awful. Like, they really screwed up in that regard. Yeah, there's too much involved with the league mechanic and not enough with the base game. They've gutted too much out of the base game, and that hopefully is fixed in 3.28, but having everything just tied into having to juice a league mechanic is makes the base game feel awful. Yeah, we were talking about the new support. It looks pretty good. It's going to be a really good mapping gem. I expect it's going to be pretty rare and expensive though, so especially early on in the league. It's not going to be something you'll be using day 2. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be cheap. I think there's a lot of people that are going to want to try it, and if it's coming from like Mirage influenced bosses and mapping, yeah, might be a minute before you have it on your build. But I think once you have it, it's a gem that you'll use whenever you're mapping, and then you'll just like swap it to a conk effect or something whenever you want a boss. Let's go complete the quest, and then grab our fortify gem. Okay, we have our Ciosa. I don't like spending gold here because I like to save it for the respec, but we might have to. Yeah, it's no dice. No dice. Never lucky. This is bad. Attack speed. Accuracy, fizz. These are all like not great bases either. Alright. See if Fender has anything.
How you doing?
We have nothing that good here. I do like the 4-link chest. We're gonna grab that. That'll be good for Sunder. We do need, or maybe even Cyclone setup. We need a red, green, blue for our Cyclone though, basically a Chromies. Yeah.
Bring me back something nice, huh?
Not the worst thing in the world, but definitely not the best thing in the world. Alright. I think we're gonna just have to push with Piety right now. Right. My health is pretty low right now. We need to start beelining for HP nodes. Might have to go to docks and farm some XP for a bit, because pretty tragic with the RNG. We don't have the items we need to make the swap to Cyclone. My basic gear is just terrible right now. So we're gonna have to use the skill tree to fix some stuff, I think. Otherwise, it's gonna be a very short character's lifespan on hardcore. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to docks now. I'm not feeling comfortable with this situation. We're gonna go farm the docks. I shouldn't have Chrome stuff filtered out. Yeah, I normally see all Chromies. I just think I'm having terrible RNG. No, it should be the same. I'm just having really bad RNG right now with freaking loot. It's pretty unfortunate. Yeah, sometimes it's like that, man. I went through an SSF run in the last week where when I got to maps, I didn't see portal scrolls for like 4 or 5 levels. It was actually kind of insane. It was a little bit bizarre, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. Guess that's good for video, just sucks, yeah. Here's the build at its worst possible scenario. Alright, I think we'll re-clear to Piety, and then I think I'll be okay fighting her now. I would still like to have like another 200 HP, but here it's just been tragic. Ooh, the new skill tree and Atlas Jasons are released. Nice. Very nice.
your memory. Don't make this easy on me. Kill you is to destroy a piece. Damn you!
We're
Get item filters done in advance. That's pretty good. It's a good change. Never sync on it.
need something.
Okay, well, not the best thing in the world, but got some life on it, I guess.
Be careful.
What? Don't do anything I would.
Be well.
What are the main differences between Ron's video and mine? Probably that he's still running General's Cry in his endgame setup. Yeah, Atlas Tree is out? Yeah, that's what everyone's saying. Yeah, main difference between his and mine, I think, is just he runs GC. He also does Mage Blood setup, but I don't like doing the Mage Blood setup that way because with Cyclone, you're still... you're having to like you basically don't like run Tumult at max stacks. You just run around and use the skill, like tap it basically, and kill mobs, which is fine. Does more than enough damage to do that. But I like constantly spinning and killing. And I think that my build's probably gonna have better single target damage in the late end game because it's designed around squeezing as much damage out of possible for nuking Uber bosses within 5 seconds, 10 seconds. I think his is probably going to be better for like speed mapping on trade. I think the biggest difference is if your goal is to just speed map on trade, his in-game loadout's probably better. If your goal is to be able to nuke bosses in seconds, I think my tree is better in the end game, like the late end game. I also think my build will perform better in like really juice content, whether that's like a 100% delirious nightmare map or, you know, insane Baldos or something like that. My build will just have better damage. His will be faster. Alright, I guess we can do Vendorcraft recipe. Vile Staff is not terrible. So there's that. The level range on it's pretty high though. How far does my build go? If you follow the min-max version, I mean, just look at my build update video on YouTube and you can see how quickly I'm killing Uber bosses, Uber Pinnacle bosses, and doing stuff like 100% Delirium T17s. Yeah, I think like if you just want a speed map and you would just do like the Mage Blood thing like he's doing and you just like tap your Cyclone of Tumult to kill stuff without ever actually like spinning consistently. But I think if you want to like nuke bosses into, you know, non-existence, then I think my build's gonna perform better. Alright, did I get waypoint here? I think I did. Maybe not. I don't think I did actually. Guess we can give this a shot. I don't really feel comfortable right now.
Well,
Yeah, I don't enjoy feathering Cyclone either. That's why I don't have a setup like that in my POB.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Nightmare prevails.
The light of divinity. Drink not from dark.
This world is an illusion, Exile.
Yeah, sometimes the game just tells you, hey, we're not going Cyclone this early. I just didn't get the gear I needed. That's fine. Sometimes you gotta wait till Act 4. It is what it is. Do you tailor filter for the campaign or use NeverSync? I use NeverSync, just a modified NeverSync that shows like the bases I want to see, like staffs and things like that. That's good though to see what if it's a slow run. That's a good experience to see. Yeah, I guess it's true. Like you can like here is the worst RNG run of the build. There you go. That's one way to phrase it. You know, the bad RNG out before the leagues start? Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess there's truth to that. The truth is Sunder is incredibly powerful, you know? Like, if you gotta wait till Act 4 or even Act 5 to just get the items you need to properly... Because you don't want to make the swap to Cyclone unless you have all the pieces, right? So the truth is like, you know, Thunder is fine. Like, sometimes you just don't force it, you just roll with it, you know? SSF is basically like that, though. It's a lot of just like, I guess I gotta work with what I have here. Gotta make it work. Yeah, it's just consistent, right? You know, like, you know it's gonna be good. It's gonna get the job done. It's just one of those things where it's like, checks the box. I'm going for a little extra life because my gear is terrible right now, and I just feel like I need the defense. So, to be like that sometimes. Is anyone max life? Okay. The problem is that kind of messes up my links. I guess I could put red-green up there, figure something else out, but 71 life is, that's what I've been needing. I need life. So there's that, I guess. Also, 2-stone ring is pretty good, although that's terribly rolled. Come on, game, just work with me. Work with me. 32 life. Alright, it's better than that, I guess. Thanks definitely for the follow. Oh wow, thanks for the prime. Thank you, thank you. Maybe the new holy sweep. Yeah, the problem is we do a lot of bleed stuff early on in my build, and I don't know how that's going to play with like a holy elemental conversion skill when we're going all fizz on the tree and stuff, for instance. Yeah, so that's the thing. Alright, we push, we push.
No, this is. It seemed to me, Vaal, that I just did you a favor.
Partial damage conversion sucks during the campaign. Yeah, that's kind of my take on it.
Take care.
I really wish they bring back the full vendor reroll each level. Yeah. Yeah, I do too, honestly. Especially in moments like this where it's just starting to feel pretty bad.
There's nothing like making a ground shake against us.
Yeah, the problem is that we just, like, if you're following my leveling POB, we go heavy into bleed synergy with our fizz damage skills. And, you know, for like the first couple acts, I don't think that's going to work well with a skill like Holy Sweep, so. And there's not a lot of elemental conversion or LE scaling damage on the lower left side of the tree, right? A lot of that stuff is up by Templar. So stuff to keep in mind if you're considering doing it.
I'm really not sure I like the sound of that. Always happy to help a damsel in distress.
Yeah, it's. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm just saying that it's. I don't know. If you wanna test it out and have fun, there's no reason not to do it, right? I don't know if I'll do it, especially if I go trade, because it's. I know how I like to level efficiently with my setup, and adding new variables and stuff that's gonna either might potentially feel bad or not scale right because we're not doing stuff on the tree that we should, and slow down the leveling process is not really what I'm Not really what I'm going for. But if you don't care about that and you don't like give a shit about how long it takes to get through the campaign, then by all means, 100% you should be doing whatever makes you happy. I just hate the campaign, so like my goal is always to get out of the campaign as quickly as possible, you know.
I am driven.
Will be remembered.
You getting there?
Alright, we got a royal staff, so we could grab that, but we still need a blue, red, green for our cyclone. Without a blue, red, green, we're not going to be doing much spinning. So, I mean, I could go with a slightly different link setup, but yeah. We have our Sunder set up. I just need the links to do. I got no currency. We got no currency. Campaign's a freaking slog. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I do have this chest now that we can use for at least Sunder. I'm gonna move this over here. Creative elements. Just stick that in the chest for now. This staff here. Cool. How bad are my resistances with auras? Oh, I don't even have my aura on. What are we looking like? Not bad, actually. We got the fire to do this. Thanks, Bam, for the follow. Oh wow, we're gonna get lots of chest ID. Unfortunately, none of them are 4 links, but really at this point, I don't even care about a 4 link. I just need the right 3 links. Talking about iron rings? Yeah, I use iron rings pretty early if possible. I talk about it pretty much every time I make a SSF character. Iron rings are really strong early on, as well as rustic sash for the increased fizz damage. He thinks it's going to repeat on single target. Interesting. You play on League Start, Hardcore SSF? I did on 3.27. I started Hardcore SSF. Being an exceptional rare gem, I do hope it's worth using. Yeah, it's probably going to be pretty rare, honestly.
Yes. Be careful.
There you go. Don't do anything I...
All right. Journey well.
I think I might gamble for gear. Let's see real quick. Can I get stuff? Ideally, I'd want like a good weapon. But what I really need is also links. So let's look at my worst item. Probably boots. Let's do armor evasion boots. Okay, there's our 4-link right there for Cyclone. So that's covered. So we got that, and we got our 3-link for Sunder. So really, I just need a weapon. Let's just gamble weapons. Can I get lucky and get something that isn't trash? I do have the 1 staff base that I can do. We have our links. Let's see. I have a GCP. Or I'm sorry, whetstone, so we can craft the staff at least. I think we can make the swap, which is going to be nice.
Yes. Take care.
Hey, it's been a minute, Ginger. What's up? With the build and Freesh event, had a blast. I'm planning to do a 3.28 with it. Is there a description guide on how properly farm heist the replica boots? I think the best way to do it is just going to be running low-level blueprints, like level 70 blueprints and stuff like that. Alright, let's grab our General's Cry. Well as auto exertion. Desecrate. Alright, so we've got that set up. Cyclone. Slam. Sunder anymore. We can probably drop decoy totem now. As well as alright, and we might have to grind out a little bit of gold to do the respecking on the tree, so there's that too.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah. Excited to see you play SSF HC. Yeah, today's just a good example of, like, you know, run hasn't been that good. Took me a while to make the swap. Really just depends on how lucky you get with gear.
My spirit is spent.
It's good for you to see. Yeah. It does give you a bit of an idea of what to expect with the build. We won't have unrealistic expectations, yeah. Bro, what is going on with my leap slam right now? I do gotta get mana fixed quickly with the skill tree though. We need to spec into Spirit of War ASAP. I don't expect it's going to be good on single target, Chris. I think it's just going to be... I think it's going to be fantastic for mapping and clear, like we've talked about, but not something we're actually going to want to play when we're doing Uber Pinnacle bosses. So... but definitely worth simming to see. Do you think the new belt would be a giga boost to the build? Can it roll like Diamond Shrine? I think so. But we use we have too many flasks that we use on the build for the belt to work, I think, in the end game.
Do you need help with something?
Got energy shield rings. What is this game today, dude?
Care.
Alright.
I see and feel.
Maybe they nerfed all the drops just so YouTubers could show the worst case scenario. Kind of what it's starting to feel like, you know? Been pretty rough today. I need to get a curse going too. We can probably fit in. Yeah, I'm gonna grab poachers, and we need a frostblink, so we can pick those up after I kill this boss. Oh, you think I died? Yeah. That's funny. Am I going crazy? What's the third aura that I usually run right now? It's Flesh and Stone. Oh, Flesh and Stone, Auto Exertion, and Purity. Yeah. Need to swap in my Flesh and Stone, grab a Poacher's Mark, and a Frostblink. Then another 2 or 3 levels we'll go do lab.
What is it, Exile?
Let's grab some currency. Maybe get what I need from Ciosa. I find Purity to be a lot better in my opinion because it's the elemental element immunity that's so good. My physical damage mitigation usually doesn't feel bad if I have just decent armor bases. Let's see, I wanted poachers. And I also want Frostblink. And there was one other thing I can't remember for the life of me. Flesh and Stone. I have that, so we just need to swap you out with Blood and Sand, wherever I might have. I dropped Blood and Sand completely. Okay. We don't get Mark and Hit's not available until Act 6, I believe. Alright, now we can go do first lab. I'll go knock that out real quick. And then we'll finish up Act 4. Start Act 5. Oh, I forgot to get the Imperial Gardens. It's a janky run today, guys. Janky run today. Now we can go do lab. It's funny, I came into this today, I was like, man, wouldn't it be dope if I could do like a 5-hour run? And I'm like thinking now, it's gonna be 6 hours. This is gonna be a 6-hour run, 100%. I might be able to speed it up on the back end. Like we've kind of got the build online now, which is, you know, getting the Cyclone and GC up and running. Now it's just a matter of staying on top of my weapon and making sure I just have generally good life and resistances throughout the campaign.
Or the balcony.
Since you play Cyclone a lot, what are the most fun farming mechanics? I like Ritual. Blight was pretty good, but they've nerfed Blight. But Ritual is a lot of fun. Typically, Essences are pretty good. Pretty much anything is fun with Cyclone, with the exception of Legion. Legion really favors you having like screen-wide clear, so without that it can be pretty... Legion can feel pretty bad.
Wisdom is the offspring of suffering and time.
Wouldn't it be crazy if we got Ground Slam of Earthshaking off for first lab? That'd be pretty nuts, right? Kinda need a win right now. I need a win. I believe the game could give me one. It's feeling kind enough. I'm gonna do some regen 5 mana per second just cause it's feeling a little rough right now. Torn between Cyclone and some other build for running Uber bosses, but I'm not sure if I have enough knowledge to do Uber bosses on day 2. There's not a lot of people that are doing Uber bosses on day 2, unless you're an exceptionally skilled player. Yeah, Ben will be killing Uber Pinnacle bosses on day 2, and he'll be doing it on hardcore SSF. That's who's killing Uber Pinnacle bosses on day 2. Maybe Exile, but Exile might not be playing this league because there's a new expansion for WoW, and well, actually, maybe he will be because raids won't be out yet, so. Outside of just doing like mythic dungeons and stuff and getting some gear, he might actually be playing League Launch. I don't think he'll be raiding until the week after League Launch, so he might race. Oh, well, if you were playing something that was like Giga broken, then maybe, I guess, yeah. There's not a lot of builds that are, unless you're like an exceptionally skilled player and you know how to grind the game, within those first 24 hours. There's not a lot of builds that are going to be having you kill Uber Pinnacle bosses on day 2. Like for the average player. Unless you're just like a god gamer. Yeah, that's not happening with Cyclone.
An aspirant can afford to be promising.
You can you can kill Uber Pinnacle bosses week 1 for sure, not day 2. Week 1 with this build for sure. Wouldn't like a good example of, I mean, realistically, kinetic full save totems, right? That's what everyone's saying is going to be Giga Broken. Probably play that if you want to do Uber's day 2. Full glass cannon for a minor build, yeah.
Orb of regret.
Yeah. Alright, let's see if we get lucky with freaking gem. Come on, game, I need to win right now. Nope. $54 life. Now that's a win, baby. I'll take that. Winds of the Fate seems insane for the build. Thanks, Tao, for the follow.
Yes. Be careful. No. Die.
Alright. Let's go ahead and finish up Act 4. Ooh, Bleed Flask would probably be a good thing to craft right now. Can I get a Bleed Flask going? I don't have any Og Orbs. I will take it. That's a win. That is a win. Alright. Alright, I think we're in a pretty good spot going into Act 5. Still gotta fix my lightning resist. We just need some currency. Craft on gear.
I'm excited. The beast itself.
No, crafting the in-game weapon is going to be a little bit, also good luck getting the belt, yeah. Crafting the in-game weapon is going to be a little bit different, but the concept will kind of be the same. We're going to be, well, it'll kind of be the same. We're going to be recombinating to get the prefixes all squared away. It's going to be a lot harder because we're going to have to hit all 3 prefixes, and then once you do that, it's probably going to be similar to 3.27. We'll harvest Reforged Speed for the attack speed, and then we'll probably YOLO it with a, Shaper's Orb, and if we're lucky, get like the crit or +1 to endurance charge or something like that. and then finish it off with benchcraft. It's probably going to be the craft, but we'll see. I think Kolomak is good if you can get a decently rolled one that isn't like insanely expensive on trade. But yeah, it's good. I don't think it'll be better than a crafted endgame weapon, but it could be pretty good. Or could be pretty good.
Hold you. So cute when you're bewildered.
Oh my gosh. You want to chill there, Piety? My gosh.
I knew I could rely on you. That's it.
It's the changes from a while ago, yeah. Can have 4 veiled mods. Pretty good.
Purger of corruption. You've done yourself proud today, Exile.
Yeah, the problem is just getting one of those that's decently rolled, and then how much is it going to cost you? I think that making my weapon that I did in my early endgame weapon is probably going to be better than a Kolomak. It's just a really low drop rate. You have to get the right veiled mods, and if you have something that's insanely high on fizz damage on a Kolomak, like that's going to be what, 15 divine, 20 divine, probably something stupid. When you can craft the staff I made for like, you know, a lot less. It just comes down to what would it cost on trade. could check standard trade and see if one of them exists, but standard trade's economy is so screwed, you can't really use that as a benchmark for what something costs or...
Flat radio gets you nowhere.
You.
What a pleasure to finally meet you, duelist.
You love builds with Purity of Elements, you plan on farming Delve? Yeah.
Together. Let us bathe you in blood, duelist, so that this world might be bathed in glory.
Ooh, that slam though.
Embrace the future.
I'd be cognizant of that.
Die and be watched.
Yeah, I mean on standard it's gonna be ridiculously priced, right? That's just standard.
Let us see if you truly
Oh.
understand what it means to be Nightmare. Not being selfish. Not being selfish. Is the true eternal.
What's happening to my mana? What's going on with my mana?
Are you so in love with death?
Alright, on to Act 5.
It's a strange feeling.
I was act with care. What do you recall?
Military staff, let's go, dude. Kinda need more than one socket on it, though. Oh, there's a blue one.
It's not exactly how you should play Trails of Return, are it? It feels good to have an audience again. Ha! Blood for freedom.
And in fact,
Old lightning. Old lightning.
remember, we do this for freedom.
Asanta.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I said earlier that I wouldn't be surprised if the graph that I made the video on is better. Did you take into account having focus with the staff? That is a thing. So I think one of the benefits of Kolomak is you could get, you know, focus, and that adds a lot of damage when you activate focus. Thanks, Sky, for the follow. No, if you're going to use a Kolomak, you 100% want to use the mod on there that does increase damage while focused. Like, that's an insane amount of damage that you get from Betrayal stuff. And then just check the focused and POB. Like, one of the 4 mods should be something that gives you focus. Yep. Double damage while focused, and then check focus in the POB and see what that comes out to with the 3 other really good mods. Yep, you'll see it when I get to the end of this character, by the end of the campaign, going into maps today. I'll have guaranteed endurance charges from Smashing Strikes going into maps. Yeah, focus is typically pretty good. If it's not by a lot, then I mean, it's like, you know, I still think, like, even if to buy the staff that you probably simmed is probably going to be way more expensive than just, you know, making the recombo staff. Alright, we just need a better weapon now. If I can get Whetstone, then this will be a pretty good weapon. Will I be updating my POB prior to Friday? Yeah, I'm probably going to have an updated POB sometime tomorrow or Thursday that's going to have, like, simulation of the imbued gems in there. I feel like it's pretty safe doing something like that. Oh, the cane is worse than the 96? Rip. Well, I'm not going to add the exceptionals to probably anything, but the like the imbued gems, I'll add them to the 100 loadout. I don't know if I'll even add them to the 96 loadout. I think it's better to keep it more realistic on the 96 loadout. Oh yeah, let's do a few things here first. Let's grab 10% more increased max fizz. Let's go to town and see if I can craft a better staff. Let's grab the granite flask. We definitely want that. And no whetstone. Rip. I guess we gamba for staff and maybe get lucky. Tragic. Tragic, tragic, tragic. You know, whetstone. But and set up my flask stash here. Okay. I'm gonna clear chamber one more time. Their defenses are looking pretty good. It is with flask though. Expert. Do I play with reverb on? What do you mean reverb? Oh, that's a setting in sound. Oh, I should turn that off. Yeah, I never even thought about it, to be completely honest. Absolutely disgusting. When did I start playing PoE? I started seriously playing PoE back in like 2017. That slam though. It's like a quick slam too. You have a question though? What's up? For what, the helm? On what loadout? This is the terrifying part right here that I'm actually kind of worried about. Alright. Could this be one staff to rule them all? It is not even close. What is with my staffs today on this run? What was it called? The newbie trap? You're talking about Abyssus? Why are we using Abyssus on the in-game trap? Because we do more than enough damage and we don't need to take all that fizz mitigation loss. Like, there's no reason to run Abyssus and take a bunch of fizz mitigation loss. That's the one thing I think that I think is a mistake in Ron's build, is that he's still using that helm. You can squeeze out. If you look at my in-game state POV, we have a ton of damage and we don't have to use that shitty helm. I'm burning all my luck? What luck? There's been no luck on this run, dude. Are you saying I'm saving all my luck for the league? Abyssus is iconic? Yeah, if you want to get killed a lot. We just don't need it. It's just a lot of added damage that we take, and we have more than enough damage on the build to do all content, so... Yeah, I would ignore your friends in that regard. I guess there's a case to be made on softcore, it's fine. But, like, once again, if you look at my POV, we have, like, 240 million damage. It's gonna be closer to 260 with the imbueds. So it's like, what's the point? That's way more damage than you need to kill anything in this game. So... I guess you could run an Abyssus if you wanted to, like, try to kill an Uber in like 1 second. or 2 seconds and make a meme type of build. Will you be looking for the new side areas they're adding? It depends. If I'm playing SSF, then I won't rush as much, and I'll probably do a lot more exploring to find them. If I go trade, I'm probably going to just still try to get through the campaign as quick as possible to get to maps. It just depends on what version of the game I'm going to be playing on Friday. If you block, you mitigate 100% of the damage, but what happens when you don't block that hit and you're not really good at the game? Then you just die. Our block is like 90% of the time. It is insanely high, but when you don't dodge a skill because you're lazy and your block doesn't trigger, then you die. You still got to play somewhat decent on the build. You can't just assume that you're going to block 100% of everything, because you will get one shot. You will die to boss slams on this build if you just stand and shit. Where the block really helps out is when you're doing like extremely juiced mapping, and it just like mitigates a lot of the damage coming from all the monsters that are hitting you, but it's not going to help you from an uber pinnacle boss slam if you miss the block. So, yeah. Alright, let's go ahead and sell all this stuff. 89 life and a bunch of that is pretty good, but I need the 4 link. We're gonna get rid of that. That's garbage. That's garbage. Never lucky. Alright. I guess we can go look at crafting gear real quick. What's my resistances at going into Act 5? Okay. We need fire, cold, and lightning are pretty low. Can we craft some cold here? It's good. And then we just need some lightning resists. Good. Do I have a life modifier on here? I do, the regen life. That's tragically bad. Okay. Resistances are pretty good now when we go into Act 5. You're looking at something wrong in the POB if you're seeing 38 million. Yeah, I would make sure you're on the level 100 loadout on the build. Are you looking at it on the website, or are you looking at it actually in Path of Building? like inside of the path of building application. If that's the case, I don't know why it's showing that to you. It's definitely not 38 million. Were you not changing the loadout and just changing the skill tree or something? Well, that's not, yeah. That's gonna, yeah. I'm not too stressed about one gem or the other on the 100 loadout, but yeah, he just didn't have everything swapped over to 100 is what it was. Because swapping from pulverized to conch isn't going to lose you 200 million DPS. There was something else fundamentally wrong there that was going on. Yeah, I might fix that like on the new POB, like make sure conch effect is selected. Yeah. I was actually waiting to update the POB because I wanted to look at the one you posted that has the simulated imbued stuff in there, so yeah. I saw you were talking with Ron earlier, so can we use the different colored coins on different gems? Does it not matter? Does it have to be green on green or whatever? I'm not sure what the price of Rise Lothas will be this league. I would argue, or I would side on the fact that they're probably going to be somewhat expensive still, because they're really good for melee builds. And even if they're only like, say, not so expensive, you're going to have to buy quite a few of them because we're going to be corrupting them for the end game build to get the resistances on the belt. So you'll be buying quite a few of them unless you have really good RNG when you corrupt your first one. Because you're, well, here's the thing. It depends on how much you want to spend. If you're buying like a perfectly rolled one, maybe a divine, and then you're going to have to buy probably several of those to corrupt and hopefully get lucky and get the resistances as the implicit. Personally, I might be trying to double corrupt one if I want to Giga go in game with it, because there's some nice damage double corruptions you can get on them. But that's going to be super RNG and expensive. Probably a lot of belts. Increased crit strike damage are used in caster builds too, Chris. They're not just for attack builds. I don't know if that's what you're trying to say. Nope, nope, nope. Yeah, not having a decent weapon at this point is a little rough when you're going to do Kitava. Usually I have a better crafted staff at this point, but, you know, RNG, SSF life. I'm still using, I think, the same weapon that I swapped to in Act 3, so it's pretty rough right now. Maybe we'll get a... I mean, I need to get like a... I need to craft something better by the time I get to the next act, because this is rough. Damage is pretty low right now. I think it's going to be really good for mapping the new Shockwave gem. Which is a pretty obvious take, I think. Oh, dude. Alright, that was pretty rough, but our weapon sucks, so we got through it. Can't get a good staff for the life of me right now. We need some dying. What, you want me to die? Rip. Now, a lot of things make sense, like the child instance thing for Mirages. Why do you think Quintus is so successful? Yeah. I guess that's fair.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Can't get a staff, sounds like me. Yeah. I'm gonna try to vendor in town here. I should be able to get maybe 2 weapons from the gold I have saved up at the moment, so we'll see. If I can get lucky. Yeah, my gear's just been all around pretty tragically bad this run.
progress. Farewell.
Ahoy there! Good luck to you.
What do I think about the new Void Shockwave? I think it's going to be really good for mapping. I considered any sort of totem support while leveling. Nah, we have General's Cry. I don't really need anymore. What I need is a better weapon. Like, my weapon is just tragically bad right now. And it's kind of insane that I just don't see whetstones. I don't see... You don't get, like, any currency. I could YOLO an Orb of Binding. Well, I want to save that for a decent piece of base armor. That could give me better chest, maybe. Yeah, the problem with going axes is you have no block, you have no defense. It's gonna feel pretty terrible.
Welcome. Stay sharp out there.
What's up, Benny? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Oh, okay. Well, that's a staff. Thank you, game. Jesus, like I've been trying to get a decent weapon now for 3 axe. Like, really good. 119 PDPS to 234, so we just doubled our damage. I'll take that for now. And then the other thing is, can I make a better chest piece right now? It's my worst armor piece. Probably still my helm, actually. It's pretty bad. It's a magic item. We use the new... I think the new Void Shockwave is going to be pretty good if you want a map. Pretty much recommended in that situation. But if you're looking at my endgame version of the build, it's designed more around bossing. I don't think it's going to be good for that. Crit resistant, yike. Yikes. I need to get Blood Rage back on the build too.
What's a flask?
How many runs have you done in these past 2 weeks? Don't you get tired of doing the command over and over in such a short amount of time? Yeah, a little bit. This may be my last one before League launch. We'll see. I wanted to do primarily hardcore, but also, or sorry, SSF run, but also a hardcore run for people to see. So. And this has been a very rough hardcore run so far. I wasn't having pretty good RNG. I was having pretty bad RNG with a lot of stuff first couple acts, so we'll see how the second half of the campaign goes here, but it's been rough. It's not been smooth today. Shockwave has always been used with Cyclone to help boost its damage. Nothing's changed in that regard. The new Shockwave will be good, but it's also going to be expensive and rare, more than likely. It's not something you'll have access to when you first make your character on Friday. So, it'll be good. It's going to be better, obviously, than regular Shockwave. Have I decided SSF or trade? I haven't yet. I've been thinking about doing hardcore trade, to be honest. Because with hardcore trade, I have access to some of the economy, so I don't have to grind as much. And then if I die, I still go back to regular trade. But I'm not sure. I do like SSF also. Yeah, you did plant that seed. It is very appealing to me. Like, going into Exarch with as much that I can, try to not die to ball phase would be pretty nice. Cyclone's perfectly fine when you use it in conjunction with things like Shockwave and General's Cry. I mean, you're watching me play it right now on hardcore SSF where I have like shit gear and I'm doing okay.
Always a pleasure, Merveil.
Yeah, the buffs in 3.26 and 3.27 helped a lot with Cyclone, for sure. How good is the Void Shockwave gem? I think it's going to be pretty good. I just think it'll be somewhat expensive. I'm guessing you'll update loot filters once Filter Blade is updated. Yep, as soon as Filter Blade's updated. If Neversink is working on it now, then probably tomorrow. Whenever he's done, basically. How long does it usually take you to farm Stampede on SSF? It's all RNG. Sometimes I get it relatively quickly, and sometimes it takes me days. It really just depends on how lucky.
Stay sharp out there.
Could craft life on this, and this has no life anyways. I'm really not getting anything from this. It does have 22 intelligence, which is actually pretty dope. We like the intelligence. Someone mentioned that the updates are available now for the first time, like days before, so that we might actually have the filters early. So, yeah. Yeah, I would imagine we're going to get an updated POB potentially before League start. That's going to have like the new skill tree and maybe some updates. So that'll be nice. We'll be able to migrate the build over to that. We want to go this way. Ooh. That poison damage though. Nasty.
Ahoy there. Not bad. Not bad at all. Good luck to you.
They move beyond back to the left side. What, to account for breach, right? I'm just gonna do that later. That feels a little scuffed right now with the chaos damage and my low health. Yeah, the area underneath destructive play is typically kind of crowded. I mean, as they add more stuff to the game, that Atlas tree has been getting pretty full, for sure. The new Atlas is out, Ivor. Got dropped just recently.
I've never dueled a king before. The Merveil. Ah, all right.
This currency situation is so bad in the game right now. It's like really tragically bad. I honestly, and it sounds really bad to say this, I feel like you have a better time in Piety right now at currency during the campaign.
Or the balcony. So strong. So deadly. A man like you would never disappoint.
You're a gift. A sumptuous gift.
I wouldn't go axes with the new shockwave gem if you want to play my build, because my build is based around blocks, so we use staffs. I think it's going to be pretty expensive, honestly. it's not going to be a gem that you have access to. It's not going to be a gem that most players will have access to the first few days, I think. Unless, like, they're just super common. But if exceptional gems have the same kind of rarity that awakened gems have, the average player will not be seeing that gem for a while. Definitely not in a League Star situation, I think. But we have to find out, like, what that actually looks like in terms of the drop rate and...
Keep your light.
Alright. Yeah, interesting.
so that all may find you when the night falls.
5 Abyss to 3? Yeah. Yeah, Piety database usually has it pretty early. Imagine something kind of going in my favor. Alright, we'll take that. Yeah. If I can link to green, then we could get mark on hit going, but I've got so many other problems with my gear right now. It's tragically not even something I'm super concerned about. Alright, well we can move my gem setup for Cyclone over to a better item. Hopefully get better boots. These are tragically bad.
I'd consider that a win.
78 life, 30% fire resistance, and I can craft movement speed. Okay. That is a win. Things are moving in the right direction a little bit, finally. And I can craft life on the helm, I just forgot to do that. That is a thing we can do too. Hey, what's up, Captain? Good morning, good morning. Ooh, fighters. I think the new Shockwave will be pretty good for mapping all the way through to endgame. I think it's going to be expensive and somewhat rare at the beginning of the league.
Consideration and hesitation.
Every night around this time, I start to get these insanely weird lag spikes. Pretty bananas. I hope this support is not so rare. Yeah, it's not going to be something that you're going to have, I think, the first day or two of the league. You might be able to pick one up like week 1. I'm pretty sure that'll be more realistic. But, I mean, if they're replacing the Awakened Gems, and they're tuning these to have the same kind of drop rate and frequency as Awakened Gems, they're going to cost like at least a divine to 3 divine, and then you have to also take into effect, you know, how many people want to play with the new Shockwave, right? So there's different factors there that I think is going to increase the price. No, I have I have really good internet, but where my computer is, I actually can't run fiber right now, so it's on Wi-Fi. My Wi-Fi has extremely high throughput, but like it's still cable-less. You know, it's not a hardline connection, so occasionally I get these weird latency spikes. Thanks, Captain, for the follow. Wireless to your house like microwave? No, I have fiber going into my house. I have 3 gig fiber. But the problem is, I can't run fiber to where my computer is right now. So it's Wi-Fi from my router to where I'm at. And generally it's fine, but occasionally I get these really weird lag spikes that are just annoying. Yeah, I just need some kind of cabling, but it's mostly because I've been lazy and I haven't wanted to take care of it, and it's not too much of an inconvenience that it like really bugs me. It's a Vaal staff base. It's not gonna be that great. Been busy of a day. Noticed you're online and thought I'd ask what you thought of the Void Shockwave gem. What's up? I think, like I've said, it's gonna be good for mapping, and probably good for mapping all the way through. Using a character now, but I think for bossing, like my in-game setup of the version of the build is designed around squeezing as much damage as possible out for, you know, like Uber Pinnacle bossing and stuff. I think it's not going to be good there. I think it's going to obviously be just like a mapping support. Look at all these chromies that suddenly are starting to drop. They were just non-existent for the first 7 acts of the campaign. Yeah, no problem. No problem, John. Everything just multiplies afterwards. X6 problems right there. Yeah. It's just like... This was like one of my rougher SSF runs. And obviously on hardcore, it's a little bit more tricky because you're you know, a little bit more concerned about some stuff. But it was a rough first couple acts today on this character. A little rough today. Little rough. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Are there any degen jobs we should be wary of? Yeah, poison. If you get your chaos resistance squared away, poison's gonna be really bad. So you want to just be careful with that. Especially like when you get into, say, early maps, one of the things you absolutely want to avoid until you've got your chaos resistance squared away is like things where it's like withered on maps, poison on hit, like those things separately and most especially together are insanely bad. Or can be insanely bad. Oh no. Latency on spiders is terrifying. Yeah, you can use the Pantheon to help with the degen stuff. 100%. Nope. That was a log out situation right there. Let's see. Careful, man. Hardcore life. Very, very dangerous. Much gold do I have? I would still like a better chest that I can.
What have you? Could do worse, Exile.
I mean, that's better than what I'm using. 100%. Is that level 53? Not quite there yet. We got 4 red. We can take care of our GC setup. Yeah, talking about poison, for real. For real.
My help.
Hello.
Oh, what is that staff? That's a crazy staff. And I could craft Flap Fizz on it. Oh my gosh, dude. 3 Alcorbs? I don't think I can even swing that.
Greetings.
Oh, we can buy it, guys. That's crazy. Okay.
Very well.
$350 PDPS staff? That's freaking go, dude. That's beautiful. Things are... The luck is returning, dude. It's been a rough day. Okay. Refresh flasks, and let's go do boss. Yeah. This feels a lot better. Alright, Act 8.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Smells just like the Theopolis dueling pits.
Are refusing.
I can't do this just yet.
No, Valve. Risky. Alright.
Exile. 5.
It's stay out of the shadows.
Don't be shy about the valve. Yeah, I was trying to see how far I could push it. Ooh, this ring is so much better. Nice. Alright. Yeah, my HP is still a little bit lower than it should be. Hey, what's up, Charles? Thank you, thank you. Thoughts on the Void Shockwave gem? I think it's going to be good for mapping. I think that it'll be pretty good for mapping. Not for bossing. Oh, boy's Soul Eater? He's a Soul Eater? Yikes. Bottom of the B tier reporting in. Yeah, I'm so curious if you can get level 1 Impale as a 7 link, then in game switch to Axis for more DPS. Yeah, you're not going to run Axis on my build because this build is based around block. You're going to lose a ton of defense if you go Axe. So maybe you do more damage, but you're going to get destroyed over and over and over whenever you do anything in the game. You get plenty of damage from staffs. Hope I'm doing well these days. I don't know if I mentioned it, Charles. I had like a really bad respiratory infection like 2 weeks ago. I'm finally able to like breathe normal again. But otherwise I'm doing pretty well. Yeah. Did you decide what build you're going to play, Charles? You're going to play some totems, some kinetic totems. That seems to be what the meta is going to be. They look pretty OP.
Or the balcony.
Oh, you're going to go hard and do group play? That's interesting. Yeah, the totem stuff looks pretty crazy. Wow, yeah. Yeah, I probably should do the op version for an even better weapon. Thank you. Where am I going? My next zone. It's like I saw nothing the first 6 acts. This game was just grinding my soul to dust. And now it's like, here's a chromie, here's a chromie, here's a chromie. I did a SSF run, Charles, so non-hardcore, just SSF, in 5 hours and 20 minutes the other day, and I posted the video on YouTube. That's my fastest so far. I'm going a little bit slower on hardcore, because obviously it's, you know, hardcore. Yeah, I'm not a totally efficient speedrun player. But yeah, I did 5 hours and 20 minutes on softcore SSF, and today will probably be like 6 hours. It'll be a little bit longer, but I'm playing it a little bit safer. Do I not have the ALK version yet? I guess not. Okay. Yeah, I wanted to try doing like a 2-stone run. The problem is with work, I just don't have that much time to play after work each day. Like, I could stay up super late tonight and try, but be brain dead at work tomorrow. Brain dead at work. That explains all my coworkers. Well, yeah, it's just my job is like, it's a lot of thinking, and so it's like I don't want to be too brain dead when I go to work. Yeah, it's like 9 o'clock right now. I'm rich. We're rich. What are you thinking about? Old German voodoo joke if you guys don't know. What are you thinking about? Yeah, I always get baited and go the wrong way here. It's tragic. Tragic. and around I go. Where am I going? What am I doing? Brain fog is setting in. What's the best way to get the Tumult version of the skill gem? Farming lab over and over. We are sinking. Should be easy now since you can pick. Yeah. When you get the bond craft, the problem is it doesn't really like do much for us because there's only one transfigured version of Cyclone, so you're guaranteed to get it as soon as you see the bench craft. So you're still gonna have the issue where you gotta run Merc Lab X amount of times until it appears. Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely do quality on gems. It's not bad. Got it. Got ground slam with earth shaking. Nice. Been playing RF. The best part since block based, does it have issues with traps and labs? Not really. You got to be cognizant of the traps, but it feels relatively tanky when I'm in lab. It depends on what you're trying to link. It should have let you use YouTube though, that's weird. I'll have to check Nightbot later and see. YouTube should be whitelisted. Oh no, heck no! You're not gonna. If you're talking about leveling through the campaign or even doing a 2-stone run, you're not gonna have Cyclone of Tumult in SSF. That's not a thing. Yeah, you'd have to farm the Stampede boots first via Blight or Heist, and then you'd have to go get the gem. And you're better off just pushing straight to T16s. There's absolutely no it's. Unless you have incredible RNG and it's like the first blueprint you do. You should just be able to. It's Nightbot that's preventing you from linking right now. I have, Charles. I've done an SSF run and I've done one blighted map, and I've gotten Stampede. off the first one. It actually, I think when I did, yeah, it would be insane. So I did a 4-stone SSF character, like a week or so ago, and I didn't get, like, Stampede at all. I was farming for days. I ended up having to just run, like, regular Cyclone. But, yeah. It just, it's all RNG. Version to the mean, yeah. Preferably you want the regular Stampede boots because they do cooldown reduction for travel skills versus damage for travel skills, but the whole point initially is to get the boots so that you can start using Cyclone of Tumult. So if it's easier / cheaper to get the replica version, do that, and then you can always get the regular boots later for the cooldown reduction to your travel skills. Purity of Elements is pretty good. Pretty good. That's one of my happiest changes that I did to the build for 3.28 is running this now through the campaign and mapping. It's really good. We use Ground Slam of Earth Shaking in my build for the General's Cry setups, so yes.
My spirit is spent.
The heck? What are those boots? Holy shit. 100 life, 30% increased movement speed? Okay. We like.
Bye.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good, guys. It's pretty good. It's me at 23.2. Most importantly, that movement speed. Alright, we gotta figure out faster attack, sleep slam, and blood rage with purity of elements. Hmm. We have 23% quality too. That's actually kind of ridiculous. Oh, there we go right there. So there's faster attack, sleep slam, blood rage, and purity of elements. That's all taken care of. And then let's grab pulverize for Sunder. Pretty good. Alright, whatever my resistance is at. We need a little bit of cold and fire. I want to get ahead of the cap for Act 10. We'll just do this. Beautiful, and some fire resists. That works. Alright. HP is looking a lot better. Movement speed is fantastic. Alright, let's go kill the bosses and go to Act 9.
Or the balcony.
Practice makes perfect.
Dude, I have made insane gains this act with gear. It's kind of crazy. It's actually bananas. Alright. I ain't gonna complain though. Those boots are like ridiculous. We'll be using those for a while.
Ahoy there.
Alright, this place is a little terrifying because the goat guys are terrifying. Hey, our first map. Nice. Yeah, these motherfuckers are not to be trifled with.
Divination card. Cha-ching.
Doing a practice run and died to Maokai. I don't want to talk about it. Yo, Maokai is scary, dude. His slam is ridiculous. Got roomies in your first ritual? Damn. Congrats, dude. Congrats, hero. Silver flask this early? Nice. Nice. Go ahead and slot that on. And... what do I want to do here? I think we're going to go for the extra intelligence, because I know I'm going to want that soon here. I guess I could just go straight into the block nodes instead. And then we'll pick up the intelligence when we need it.
Do you need help with something?
Until next time.
You know, when I receive.
Okay. I think we'll do our second lab, which I ended up skipping earlier because this staff was giving me the damage I wanted. I will do second lab before we do the Act 9 boss. In a minute here. Why the Desecrate? So we have Desecrate because we use General's Cry. First, when we do single target, like a boss or something, and there's no corpses nearby, our General's Cry won't summon the clones. In order for General's Cry to summon clones, you need to have corpses nearby. So when we're mapping or killing mobs, it doesn't matter. But on a boss, we drop 2 Desecrates, so we have 10 corpses that will allow 5 of the clones to spawn for the damage. Yeah, it's pretty good.
You killed
Alright. I forgot to the waypoint. Rip. Rip. Oh, dude. I guess the easiest way to do this would be to exit and then... run back, I guess. This is tragic. This is not efficient. Not efficient leveling, guys. Yeah, I know. Professional speedrunner. For real. Alright. It was literally, literally right here too. I just didn't go grab it. Calendar?
Surety.
What do you mean calendar? Oh, the side quest? Yeah, I'm just skipping shit. Like, unless it gives a skill point, I'm not interested right now. I skipped like 2 or 3 skill points from the campaign that I will have to go back and grab, but it's because I didn't feel comfortable at the time doing them. So there was Dweller in Act 1, and I skipped the Act 8 one because I didn't have like all the insane loot drop yet that I just got in the last 30 minutes. So I gotta go back and do those two when we finish the campaign.
Orb of Story.
Ooh, no, no, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. I do not think so. Yeah, it's manageable right now. I don't know. It doesn't feel too terrible to me.
Can we be of help?
You gotta remember, I'm not like, I'm playing a lot more defensively too, because it's hardcore, so trying not to die. I really like this chest, but it's like actually less armor, but it's double the life. And I can quality it.
Fine.
Can I link this would be the question. Can I link this? Game, come on. Come on, game, really? Never lucky. Go with Abyssus ASAP, yeah. Yeah, I'm playing a lot more defensively right now because it is hardcore, right? So a lot of my decisions, you know, if you look at my skill tree, I'm taking like additional HP here that I normally wouldn't take with these nodes, going into the block and stuff. Like, a lot of what I'm doing right now is I want to live. I can scale the damage later once my defenses are pretty solid. So, yeah, I'm gonna do second lap right before we do last boss, right before the last boss. Actually, I'll probably do it after we do the skill point quest here. You notice the lack of dying content? Hey, you know. So this is where the dying content would come. If I actually was to push for 2 stones tonight, I would almost certainly die on Exarch. Because I don't know how to do ball phase and I'm terrible at this game. That would be the... I die. Business and hardcore is very brave. Yeah, that's getting your street cred is using a business and hardcore. Port out and enjoy immunity. Yeah. So here's my question. Maybe you guys know this, because I think this was a... I don't think you can cheese it like you can, like Maven, right? If he does ball phase, and you portal out, and you come back in, won't he just redo the ball phase as soon as you move your character? Or can you actually negate the ball phase? Yeah, well then, if that's the case, I'm a fucking idiot, dude, because I could have just waited out the ball phase. Well, what am I doing? I'm just stupid. I'm an idiot. I always assumed that, like, even if you moved, they had designed the fight so that it would restart like a second time or something, to not let you cheese that. If that's the case, then I can totally do Exarch. Remember all that bullshit, Charles, about me dying to Exarch? I could have just totally avoided it by not doing that at all. That's crazy. Like, oh, dude. I'm such a moron. I'm such an idiot, guys.
Yes? See.
The main thing you need to be careful of is you want to make sure after the phase finishes you wait a little bit, because he can off-screen start the AoE slam. Ah, yeah. He can do the incinerate or whatever. That's fair. Got a soul rest? Really? Whoa. What is this guy? 277. That's 331. It's slightly less than this staff. But I can craft attack speed on this. I wonder if I go with the foul staff, I could craft attack speed on this. Which is pretty good. I think this is a better weapon if I craft the attack speed on it. I don't know though. What's my worst item right now? Probably my belt. My amulet's actually tragically bad. But so is my belt. D7 life. And it has armor. It's actually 90 life. And it's got some resistance. And it has another... Easy. Easy win right there. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Alright, let's go do lab. Unless it's a circular lap run, it's GG for me. Everything else I can dodge. We're all idiots in retrospect, yeah. Dude, I never really thought about the fact that if he starts ball phase and I just portal out, I could just come back in and sit it out. Like, I feel like such an idiot now. Good morning. I guess it was asked already. What do I think about Void Shockwave? I think Void Shockwave is going to be good for mapping, and I think it will probably be worth having like in the build long term. But I think it's going to be rare and expensive on league start, and I don't think most players will have access to it until like, you know, probably a couple days into the league at best. Depending on how, well, I mean, if you make enough currency. I just don't know how expensive it's going to be, because how rare are these gems going to be? Are they like Awakened gems rarity? And then is it like everyone wants to play the new Shockwave, so essentially it's like a 10 Divine gem or something? I don't know. I don't know what that looks like. I do think that for my particular build, because my endgame loadout is based around how quickly can we kill an Uber Pinnacle boss, you don't want to use it for that kind of a situation. But we do craft a chest that has white sockets for our in-game chest, so you can always run the shockwave when you're mapping, and then just swap it out for like conk effect when you want to go do some Uber Pinnacle bosses for a while. Oh god, I hate lab so much. I despise lab. The passion. Came to the stream in the perfect moment. Hey, there you go. I feel like we're gonna get ground slam of Earth Shaking. I have a pretty good feeling about this. I think it's meant to be. Headspin's gonna be really nice when we get to last few act bosses here. How am I getting fortification PUB? It's effective skills. So we get fortification in the final loadout from Overlord Cluster Jewel setup. Prior to that, on the level 90 and 96 version, we're getting it from the implicit, from the Eldritch currency on the chest. And then during the campaign, like you see I have it right now, it's because I'm actually using the Fortify support gem on Cyclone.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor
Yeah, no problem.
strikes without hesitation. One defiled to entertain. One defiles the emperor. Empires are forged in stone and fire.
Have something with a mace and get 20 fortify. Yeah. Feel like this is not the way. Yep. It's gonna be over here.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. The throne is the most dangerous trap.
This piece of shit.
Alright, guys. Moment of truth. Here we go. Never lucky. Never lucky. Alright.
Yes.
Until next time.
Okay. Need a new staff though. T8 out can go 30 minutes after the campaign is so crazy. What a badass build. Need a new staff though. Nice. Yeah, you always want to be upgrading your weapon. The key to melee and PoE. Here we go again. I should probably also take a little bit of time to look at my flask setup. Try to optimize them before we get into maps. Bad RNG this run. Dude, my first like 6 acts, it was tragic, man. Like I was starting to feel a little bit defeated. I'm not gonna lie. What? Where in the world? It's all the way down here, I think.
Where's Rubbish Bubble?
No currency, no staves. Yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna quite make it in under 6 hours. I'm probably gonna be right around 6 hours. But I gotta still do my Merc lab once I get the final trial in Act 10. That'll probably take 5-ish to 10 minutes. And then, I don't know, we'll see. I got like a half hour. I'm not the only one who picks every dead end first. I'm terrible at that, man. Terrible. Cav is the scariest thing in Act 9. I'm actually terrified of Shav right now. It's hardcore though. Yeah. Oh, you're saying it's good, it's more impressive, or it's good because I'm doing hardcore. I'm not, can't die. Yeah, I guess there's some validity to that. Died 14 times. Thanks, Aunt Boo, for the follow. The spectral throw phase is getting you? Yeah. Well, Act 1 is like the roughest hatch, right? But it's also, it makes sense. You're getting the build online and doing everything, so... Alright. This part's terrifying. These guys hit so hard. Damn, I was hoping my Cole would get her. Need a little bit more damage.
It's just a useless piece of shit.
Alright.
Remember. Yes.
Wait, what? Taking chaos damage over time heals you instead while you leech life. I'm always leeching life. 2% of physical attack damage leeches life. 1% of physical attack damage leeches mana. The only problem with this amulet is I would lose my int, right? Like, this is a pure net plus. I don't see how this is not good for me right now. That's actually kind of crazy. That, like, solves Chaos Degen for me right now. Am I reading this thing wrong? I feel like this is... I just gotta figure out intelligence real quick, which is gonna be as simple as... maybe not as simple as, but I need 3 points here. I guess we just do these 3, and we grab the int. Oh, I need 33 more intelligence. For what? Frostblank? Fuck Frostblank. I'll get a new Frostblank. Yeah. Well, I'm obviously, unless I come across a... I feel like that's just a good amulet to wear right now, because it's like, you know, essentially just defense, and I'm never gonna run a map that has monsters can't be leeched from, so yeah, I'll take it. What am I doing? Talk to this guy. We're gonna get the silver flask that we already don't need, so...
We do this for
Yeah, I mean... Right, but I mean... You know... I'm not too worried about that. Oh shit, I should have rolled an AUG on that. I went too fast. That's fine. Alright, what are my other flasks looking like? We need armor on you, or something better than whatever this is. We have the crit on this one already. That's fine for now. Can I hit armor on this thing? I'm fine with the evasion on there because I'm going to be taking iron reflexes soon after I get my increased AoE for Cyclones. That works for now. Alright. Everyone's asking about the axes because of the new shockwave supporting it. This build is designed around using staffs for blocks, so we're never going to use an axe on this build. It would destroy one of the major core defensive components about the build. I think there's plenty of good ideas for running Axe Cyclone. It's just a very different build than what you're watching right now. But you can 100% do... I think you could 100% do axes with Cyclone. You're just going to have a lot of... You're going to have a lot less defense. And I'd rather have slightly less damage and a lot more defense. Axes do look cooler though. I don't know, man. I think staffs look pretty cool. But there are some sick looking axe MTX in this game. I would disagree. I would say a good staff isn't horribly bad to craft. I actually have a video I put on YouTube for crafting a decent early endgame staff. Crafting a Giga endgame staff is ass. But if you just want to craft like an 800 PDPS staff that's going to carry you through most content, I posted a YouTube video on it. It's actually fairly easy and deterministic to do. Probably going to cost you on average like 5 to 10 divines-ish on league start. But at that point, you'll be farming currency in red maps. But yeah, making like a juiced Giga in-game staff that isn't good but like amazing, yeah, that's going to cost a lot of money and is a pain in the ass. Much harder to craft than an axe for sure. I believe there's a bunch of elemental mods that can roll on staffs that you don't see on axes, Chris, even on war staffs. Yeah. Yeah, essentially it's just recombination. It's just doing like a double recombination staff craft. You're probably gonna end up spending like a few thousand alterations, like maybe 1,500 to 2,000 alts, rolling staffs on the worst side of RNG. I feel like that's kind of my takeaway too, but whether that's actually true or not, I don't know.
For freedom.
Am I planning on using the new shockwave skill? I'll probably end up using it once I get it. I think it's going to be really good for mapping, and I think it's going to be... There's far better options still for bossing. I think it's going to be a thing more on Templar, but yeah, I think there's something there with like using General's Cry with one of the new holy skills. Unfortunately, we're a Fizz build that scales Impale, Fizz damage, so I think playing something like that's going to feel better on Templar, where you have access to the top left side of the tree where there's a lot of elemental damage scaling and things like that. What am I doing? Make sure I get the actual trial done. Alright, there we go. Alright. Worst portal placement ever. Hey, thanks, Bantic, for the follow. 141 life? Holy shit. Dexterity, intelligence, 92 life? What in the world am I looking at here? Good morning. What's up, Dean? You hope your league start doesn't go as bad as it is today. Yeah. Impale the best level 1 support gem from Imbued Cyclone. I think Fortify might be, if we can do that. Kind of like this helm right here. But we would need to get colors and sockets and stuff. I have to hit 1 red, or 2 red, blue, and a green for my Cyclone. Come on, 2 red, blue, and green. 2 red, blue, and green, there it is. Then I'd have to actually link this item. It's a decent amount of HP though.
For freedom.
It is
Alright, let's go ahead and do our last lab. We can finish up the act. We pull up Merc Lab. Oh, let's grab some Ground Slam gems for this.
Hail, Godslayer.
Also, let's grab a Frostwink so we have a little bit of mobility.
Godslayer.
goddess is watching.
And what is Merc Lab looking like today? We want to go left and right. Got it. There's a golden key, there's a golden door. Insane corrupted 5-link astral plate and ritual, but way wrong colors. Yikes. That's unfortunate.
There's a golden key. There must be a golden key. Gold is the most liberating of metals. The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. The Emperor beckons, and the world
What do we got here? Portals? Who cares about portals? Okay, we want to go. There's only one way to go. Dark Shrine right. Okay. Unless they are reflect. I'm reflect. I'm physical reflect immune. And I don't really do LA damage, so should be okay. There should be a dark shrine in this room. Let us sniff it out.
When the time comes to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. Complex machinations entertained our single power. Claw your way to the top. Even the grandest desires can be dispelled.
Okay. Dark Shrine right. Dark Shrine right. Easy. The worthy go the spoils. Alright, I really would like to get twice blessed on this last Dark Shrine. That would be fantastic. I believe in you, game. I believe we can make this happen. I love this shrine. Silver door. And I don't want to do silver door. This shrine makes your leap slam feel so good. This looks like a gauntlet. I hate lab. Did all that for nothing. Gonna send it.
Aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep. Rome must navigate the empire. Violence is
Chaos Core.
Freedom comes to those.
No, I'm playing hardcore. Yeah. Yeah, this is hardcore. I know. Well, I thought you were trying to be funny, because I was like, oh, you want a rip clip or something, you know? You quit HC years ago? Yeah.
Baby man.
Not like you can in softcore, that's for sure, yeah. Ben can do whatever he wants in this game. It's Ben's game, you know? Yeah, those are some god gamers. Yeah, Alex is a god gamer. Exile is also pretty amazing. that's pretty much the way you do it. Mage Blood and Tailwind boots. If you go to my website, sanavix.com, I have links, but also easier for you, if you do the filter command in Twitch, it'll take you to my Google Drive. I'll be updating my stuff this week, obviously for the new league stuff. Alright guys, that was the campaign in 6 hours. Not bad for hardcore. It's about 40 minutes longer than my softcore run the other day.